तुलसी महारानी की नमो नमः तुलसी कृष्ण प्रेयसी नमो नमः तुलसी कृष्ण प्रेयसी
Hare Krishna and good morning to all the assembled Vaishnavas. On behalf of ISKCON Radhadesh, we'd like to give a special welcome to Anupam Krishna Prabhu. We hope you have a wonderful time in Radhadesh. So this morning Srimad Bhagavatam class will be given by His Grace Ekachakragram Prabhu. And as we do every Sunday, we will now recite the Sri Shikshashtakam. Cheto darpanamajanam bhavamahadavagni nirvapanam shreya kairava chandrika vitaranam vidyavadu jivanam anandam buddhivardhanam pratipadam purnamrita svadanam sarvatma snapanam param vijayate Shri Krishna Sankirtanam Namakari Bauddha Nija Sarva Shaktis Tatra Pita Niyamita Smaranena Kalaha Itadrishi Tava Kripa Bhagavan Mamapi Durdeva Midrisha Miha Janina Nuragaha Trinadapi Sunichena Tarorapi Sahishnuna Amanena Manadena Kirtaniya Sadahari Nadanam Najanam Nasundarim Kavitam Va Jagadisha Kamaye Mama Janmani Janmanishvare Bhavatat Bhakti Rahaitu Kitvai Ainanda Tanuja Kinkaram Patitam mam vishame bhavambudo Kripaya tava pada pankaja Stitaduli sadrisham vichintaya Nayanam galadashrudaraya Vadanam gadgada rudaya gira Pulake nishchitam vapukada Tava nama grahane bhavishyati Yugaitam nimeshena chakshusha pravishaitam shunyaitam jagat sarvam govinda virahena me ashleshava padaratam pinashtumam adarshanan marmahatam karotu va yatatata va vidadatu lampato Mat prananatastu saevana paraha Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Translation to the verse 8. I know no one but Krishna is my Lord, and he shall remain so even if he handles me roughly by his embrace or makes me broken-hearted by not being present before me. He is completely free to do anything and everything, for he is always my worshipful Lord, unconditionally. Shri Shri Shikshashtakam Ki Jai. Now let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who are just like desire trees, who can fulfill the desires of everyone, and who are full of compassion for all the fallen conditioned souls. As every Sunday we will switch rooms so the Matajis can stay in the tenth room and the men can use the room outside. The program is fully yeah. How long do you skip this one? I don't know. Still. I can send you one. I can send to Radhadesh. Time depends who they are. Which people? No, I'm not. And the thing come in the middle of the course, they should probably wait for the next one.
Also, you have batches
Yeah, every 3 months.
every 3 months.
Yeah. I mean, no, it's 3 months. So there's 3 months, and then after 3 months, 6 months in the year.
Oh,
After 3 months in the year, and then in spring 3 months, again in autumn 3 months.
okay. Good.
I mean, if they come as soon as possible, if I get to speak to them, but otherwise, if they come in the middle of the course, it doesn't make much.
You need to go now. This is simple, basically. But for practical, and you know, you need Radhadesh. Without thinking like that. So, thank you.
So our next one, if we start this one, our next one should be in March.
March.
So when you want that,
Yeah,
tell me.
we'll see how.
Very nice.
Yeah, we have to cooperate.
This one I kept simple, like the first one. Just getting into it, so it's good I have a group of devotees actually, and hopefully once they finish the course,
Yes,
so I need to have more devotees.
yeah, we need a
Because if
system.
you have a big group, you need some more devotees.
I'm especially interested in teaching in Africa.
Hare Krishna.
He's also giving course now. People.
Yeah, he's taking on long, you know.
Yeah.
He definitely needs some more people that are committed. Because people come in for at least 2 weeks, it's not that easy. And people come for a few months,
Hare
People think that he, if you come in, it's better because he doesn't do the time that he comes in. I could learn.
Hare
He's kind of plan.
bring my coach.
Hare
Okay.
And
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna. Yeah? Yeah. Hare Krishna. Hare Rama. Hare Krishna. Hare Hare Rama, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna. 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 Yes. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare 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 Krishna. Jai Krishna. Ram. Shri Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Rama. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Rama. Hare Krishna. Hare Rama. Hare Hare Rama. Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Rama. Hare Krishna. Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Rama. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Rama. Hare Krishna. Hare Rama. Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Hare Rama. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Rama. Hare Krishna. Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Rama. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare
Hare Rama, okay. Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Rama, Hare Krishna.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna.
Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare Rama.
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna. Hare
Hare
Hare Rama.
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama.
Hare Rama, Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare Hare Ram,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare Krishna.
Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram
Hare Krishna.
Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna
Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare
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 Krishna
Hare 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 Rama
Hare Krishna 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Krishna, Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Krishna, Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, 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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram Yes
Hare Ram,
Hare Hare
Krishna,
Hare Hare Hare
Krishna, Krishna,
Hare Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Rama
Hare
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Rama Hare Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Rama
Hare
Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare Rama Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Rama
Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna 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 Hare
Hare
Rama Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare Rama Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Advaita Shri Rasa Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Krishna 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 Hare Rama Krishna 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 Hare Rama Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Krishna 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 Hare Hare Radhe Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasati Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare 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 Ram Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Krishna, Krishna,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Rama, Krishna,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna,
Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama,
Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama,
Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Rama,
Krishna, 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 Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Rama
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar, Shri Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, 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 Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare
Hare Ram
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Rama
Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Rama
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Rama
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Rama
Krishna,
Hare Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Rama,
Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Sri Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna
Second generation,
of our spiritual master are the only way by which we can endure devotional service. I bow down to his lotus feet to read all my grace. By his grace, finding consolation, my beautiful supreme, and obtain the mercy of Krishna. My only wish is to have my consciousness purified by the words emanating from his lotus mouth. That man whose lotus seeks the perfection and fulfill all desires. He opened my dark eyes and fills my heart with sense and knowledge. He is my Lord, birth of the birth. From him the cycling emanates, but him ignorance is destroyed. Faith is his character. Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy, the friend of the Lord and the Lord and master of devotees. O Master, you return to us and gives the shape to lotus feet. Your faith is spread all over the three worlds. I give yourself your lotus feet.
Shri Prabhupada ki Jai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya 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 Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Bando Mui Sabadana Mate. Bando Mui Sabadana Mate. Dahara Prashade Bhai E Baba Toriya Jai. Dahara Prashade Bhai E Baba Toriya Jai. Krishna Prapti Hoy Jai Te. Krishna Prapti Hoy Jai Te. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Aikya. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Aikya. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya te koriya aikya. Arana koriyo mane asha. Arana koriyo mane asha. Shri Guru Charane Rati Eshe Utama Gati. Shri Guru Charane Rati Eshe Utama Gati. Prasade pure sarvasha. Ye prasade pure sarva asha. Chakudana dilo je janme janme Prabhu se. Chakudana dilo je janme janme Prabhu se. Divye jnana ride prokashito. Divye jnana ride prokashito. Prema bhakti jayate avidya vinashayate. Prema bhakti jayate avidya vinashayate. Gayara charito. Vede Gayara charito. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu. Loke Nata Loke Rajivana. Loke Nata Loke Rajivana. Prabhu koro doya deho more pada jaya. Prabhu koro doya deho more pada jaya. Gushu Tribhuvana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pasyatya Deshatarine. Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Bolo. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaur Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Nitai Gaur Hari Bo. Nitai Gaur Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Nitai Gaur Hari Bo.
परिवराजकाचार्य सत्र सत्य divine grace AC Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki, Ananta Koti Vaishnavind ki, Nam Acharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki, प्रेम से को श्री कृष्णा चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिव सादि गौर भक्तवृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्णा गोपी गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंद राधा कुंद गिरि गोवर्धन की श्री वृंदावन धाम की श्री मायपुर धाम की श्री जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की गंगा माई यमुना माई की तुलसी देवी भक्ति देवी की सामवित भक्त वृंद की हरि नाम संकीर्तन युगधाम की निताय निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे all glories to all the assembled devotees, all glories to all the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to Shri Guru Shri Garanga, all glories to Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Sara Prabhu, Matias, lots of music on Fludo. Harmonium. Okay. Where you located? College. Okay. From 6 o'clock.
Hare Krsna. Jnanatimirandasya Chanandana Salakaya Chakshurumiritam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Vishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Yuta Parakamalam Sri Gurum Vaishnavam Scha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatam Tam Tam Sajivam Satvetam Savadutam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Sri Vashikamritam Sya He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namosute Tatta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sudhe Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Panchakalpa Tarupyascha Kripa Sindhupya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, good morning everyone. I'd like to dedicate this session to His Grace Gangadhar Prabhu, who is in a very physically very inauspicious condition and spiritually in a very auspicious condition, because he is in the hospice, almost ending the chapter in the association of very wonderful devotees like Jayagopal Prabhu and others who are taking care of him very, very nicely, both materially and spiritually. So we can only pray for such a situation, that at the end of our life we may also be surrounded by devotees who are our well-wishers and who really try everything they can to make our departure an auspicious one, back home, back to Godhead. Gangadhar Prabhu is a very, very special devotee, a very sincere devotee. When I joined in the Amsterdam temple, Suryakan you will also know, Gangadhar Prabhu was a brahmachari in the temple, living there, and he was he had a lot of humor. You know, he would practice Krishna consciousness mixed with a lot of humor. He had many, positive secrets with devotees. Like, I remember one time I was with the two other bhaktas who were following the Bhakta program. And Gangadhar Prabhu, he approached us at 8 o'clock during the milk in a very special mood. He was whispering. He said, tomorrow is Snan Yatra. And there is going to be a big feast cooked for Lord Jagannath. But I've seen that the kitchen is not spotless. It's not completely clean. So how can we cook for Lord Jagannath when the kitchen is not fully clean? Of course, we as new bhaktas, we saw him as a very senior Vaishnava, so we're thinking, yeah, that makes sense. How can you cook for Lord Jagannath when the kitchen is not clean? And then he paused for some time. But don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. 4 of us, we're going to clean the kitchen the whole night. And we were so excited, we're thinking, yes, that sounds like a wonderful plan. We're going to serve Lord Jagannath in the kitchen the whole night. So we did that, and cleaning, like Prabhupada wanted that all the pots would be without black, inside or outside at the bottom. So we were polishing and scrubbing, and we had a bhajan on, and Gangadhar Prabhu all the time said, shh, nobody should know this. So we cleaned till 4 o'clock in the morning, and we start our japa, and then it was Mangalarti, and then during the real japa time, suddenly there were 3 bhaktas who were So Jayagopal Prabhu, he was observing this, and it never happened. We were always very fixed up and chanting, and now so he approached us and he said, what's wrong with the 3 of you? But we couldn't say anything because we promised Gangadhar Prabhu to keep it secret. But then one devotee had seen something and approached Jayagopal Prabhu, and he came to us and he said, were you awake the whole night? And we didn't know what to say, We couldn't lie to Jayagopal, and we couldn't break our promise to Gangadhar. So this was a big dilemma, but anyway, he was our Bhakta leader, he was our temple president, and he insisted. So we said, we cleaned the kitchen of Lord Jagannath. And we were thinking he would be very happy, but he was not happy, and he approached Gangadhar and he chastised him. How can you let the bhaktas clean the whole night and now they're tired? So it was like a transcendental lila. But this shows the sincerity of Gangadhar Prabhu, and that's throughout his whole life. He has done such things like focusing on a specific aspect of Krishna consciousness. It became very important for him, and he would do anything and everything to go for that aspect. So he approached a lot of devotees in the last couple of weeks to ask forgiveness and pray for him. So I think from my end I should also ask forgiveness from him, because if you have interactions with devotees, there is always moments, serious moments or less serious moments, that you hurt the feelings of other devotees. So we should meditate frequently on asking the blessings and the forgiveness of all the Vaishnavas. I think that is the lesson we learned also from Satyananda Maharaj when he was here 3 weeks ago, is to be so grateful being in the association of the Vaishnavas like we are now. So we sing the song where we pray and pray and pray and pray, following in the footsteps of Srila Narottam Das Thakur, who is begging, first of all, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, because he said, if you don't show me mercy, then who in this universe will show me any mercy? If Lord Chaitanya is not giving me the mercy, who will? So he's first praying to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu because he is the Karuna avatar. He is the incarnation of mercy. Right? So first of all he addresses Lord Chaitanya. And then he addresses Lord Nityananda by saying, you are always so absorbed in an ocean of transcendental bliss, and I'm always so absorbed in the ocean of suffering, material suffering. So please give me a little bit of your mercy so that I can also taste a little bit of the spiritual reality. Then he approaches Advaitacharya, who is the husband of Sita Thakurani. And he says, I also approach you, Sri Advaitacharya, because of you, Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda appeared. It's because of your desire, because of your screaming and crying for the appearance of the Lords. Therefore, Lord Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda appeared. So I should also cry for you, because you make them appear. Then he's praying to the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan, Swarup Damodar Goswami, and also Lokanath Goswami, who was his spiritual master, begging for mercy. Mercy, more mercy, mercy, mercy. Spiritual life means crying for mercy, right? A major aspect of spiritual life is, I need your mercy. And then he is approaching Srinivasacharya, who was his Sankirtan partner, going on book distribution, and also Ramachandra, who was his best friend. So he's asking his best friend, please keep me in your association, which is also a very nice meditation when we have so many friends in Krishna consciousness, is that we don't take that for granted either. We mentioned a few times before already, we tend to adore and admire and pray for the obvious exalted Vaishnavas like the 6 Goswamis and like Lord Nityananda and Lord Advaita, but sometimes we forget our fellow devotees who are living around us, that we also especially need their mercy. Otherwise, how can we practice Krishna consciousness without this kind association of our devotee friends? Therefore, we end the Panchatattva prayers also as Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. I will also pray to all the assembled Vaishnavas. All glories to all the assembled devotees, right? 3 times we say that. All glories to all the assembled devotees. All glories to all the assembled devotees. Jai, this is like Haribol. Thank you very much to be in our association. So let's sing this song. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya karo more Toma vina ke doyalu Jagata samsare Sri Krishna Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Doya Koro More Toma Vina Ke Doyalu Jagata Samsare Patita Pavana Hetu Tavavatara Mosama Patita Prabhu Napai Beara Haha Prabhu Nityananda Premananda Sukhi Kripa Bolokana Koro Ami Boroduki Koro Sitapati Advaita Gosai Tava Kripa Bole Pai Chaitanya Nitai Jaya Advaita Acharya Swaru Sanatana Ruparagunata Bhakta Yuga Sri Diva Prabhu Lokanata Doya Koro Sri Acharya Prabhu Srinivasa Ramachandra Sangamage Prabhu Lokanata Acharya Prabhu Srinivasa Ramachandra Sangamage Narottama Dasa Doya Koro Sri Acharya Prabhu Srinivasa Ramachandra Sangamage Narottama Dasa Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Narottam Das Thakur, Jaya Narottam Das Thakur, Jaya Narottam Das Thakur, Jaya Narottam Das Thakur. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Go Premanandi, Om Jan Vishnu Padam, Sapangam Vishnu, Stotra Satta Systematis Language, Visi Bhakti Vedanta Swami Sri Prabhupada Ki, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Ki, Namacharya Sri Haridas Thakur Ki, Sama Veta Bhakta Vrinda Ki, Go Premanandi, all glories to all the assembled devotees, all glories to all the assembled devotees, all glories to all the assembled devotees, all glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga, all glories to Sri Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda, Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaur Bhakta Vrinda, Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda, Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaur Bhakta Vrinda, Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Hare Krishna. So we are going to continue reading from the Sri Chaitanya Charita Amrita by Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, Anchalila, which are the ending pastimes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, chapter 13, which is entitled Pastimes of Jagadananda and Raghunath Bhatta. We are now in the section where the Lord gave instructions to Raghunath Bhatta Goswami. Just a little recap. Last week, Vedasar Prabhu was highlighting the importance of being grateful towards our parents. That was the theme of Vedasar Prabhu's lecture, gratitude, which is very much in line with the main message of His Holiness Satchidananda Swami, who wanted us to become gratitude hunters. Very important to feel this gratefulness, this gratitude. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave him different instructions, which we'll discuss. And we are going to read the rest of the chapter. Verse 133 is on the board, so we could chant that together. But I will end the few verses after that as well to close this chapter. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu concluded, "Come again to Nilachal, Jagannath Puri." After saying this, the Lord put his own neck beads on Raghunath Bhatta's neck. So I dedicated this session to Gangadhar Prabhu, and I would say, although I didn't have much time to prepare this time due to unforeseen circumstances, sometimes that happens. But the main thing I would say is that we should try to become pearl divers. You know pearl divers? Pearl divers are in the Japanese area, the Philippines. They are very famous for diving for pearls. And they practice a lot before they are able to reach the shore, reach the bottom of the ocean. Sometimes it's 11 meters, 12 meters, sometimes even 40 meters. So they practice to hold their breath for minutes so that they can go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper to find, the oysters, and inside the oysters are sometimes pearls. So we should become like pearl divers, go deeper and deeper, deeper in our Krishna consciousness to find those spiritual pearls. So there are a lot of pearls in this section of the Chaitanya Charitamrita. So let's hear together. Maybe you find some of the pearls. After taking permission from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and all the devotees headed by Swarup Damodar, Raghunath Bhatta returned to Varanasi. In accordance with the instructions of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he continuously rendered service to his mother and father for 4 years. He also regularly studied Srimad Bhagavatam from a self-realized Vaishnava. Then his parents died at Kashi. Pita Mata Kashi Poile Udashina Hana Puna Prabhuratani Aila Grihadichadiya. Then his parents died at Varanasi, Kashi, and he became detached. Means he was attached to his parents. And his parents were Vaishnavas. He therefore returned to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, giving up all relations with his home. As previously, Raghunath remained continuously with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu again for how many months? He had 2 periods in the association of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. 8 months. So before he had to go back to Kashi to take care of his parents, he was 8 months in the association of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And now he returned after his parents died. And now again he is staying 8 months in the association of the Lord. Then the Lord gave him the following order. My dear Raghunath, Amara Agyaya Raghunatha Yaha Vrindavan Tahan Yana Raha Rupa Sanatanashtan. My dear Raghunath, on my order, go to Vrindavan and live there under the care of Rupa and Sanatan. In Vrindavan, you should chant the Hare Krishna mantra 24 hours a day. And read Srimad Bhagavatam continuously. Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, will very soon bestow His mercy upon you. He can say it, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, because He is Krishna. After saying this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu embraced Raghunath Bhatta, and by the Lord's mercy, Raghunath was enlivened with ecstatic love for Krishna. So he's saying, go to Vrindavan, do this and this and this, and you will get the mercy of Krishna. And then he got the embrace of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and he was ecstatic, so he already received the mercy of Krishna. At the festival, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had been given some unspiced betel and a garland of tulsi leaves, 14 cubits long. The garland had been worn by Lord Jagannath. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave the garland and betel to Raghunath Bhatta, who accepted them as a worshipful deity and preserved them very carefully. Taking permission from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Raghunath Bhatta then departed for Vrindavan. When he arrived there, he put himself under the care of Rupa and Sanatan. when reciting Srimad Bhagavatam in the company of Rup and Sanatan, Raghunath Bhatta would be overwhelmed with ecstatic love for Krishna. By the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he experienced the symptoms of ecstatic love, tears, trembling, and faltering of the voice. His eyes filled with tears, and his throat became choked, and thus he could not recite Srimad Bhagavatam. His voice was as sweet as a cuckoo, and he would recite each verse of Srimad Bhagavatam in 3 or 4 tunes. Thus his recitations were very sweet to hear. When he recited or heard about the beauty and sweetness of Krishna, he would be overwhelmed with ecstatic love and become oblivious to everything. Thus Raghunath Bhatta surrendered fully at the lotus feet of Lord Govinda, and those lotus feet became his life and soul. Subsequently, Raghunath Bhatta ordered his disciples to construct a temple for Govinda. He prepared various ornaments for Govinda, including a flute and sharp-shaped earrings. Raghunath Bhatta would neither hear nor speak anything of the material world. He would simply discuss Krishna and worship the Lord day and night. And then the verse on the board. Vaishnavera ninja karma nahi padekane. Sabe Krishna bhajan kare e matra jane. Vaishnavera ninja karma nahi padekane. Sabe Krishna bhajan kare e matra jane. Vaishnavas, please.
Vaishnavena nitya karma nahi padekane.
Nitya karma nahi padekane.
Sabe Krishna bhajan kare e matra jane.
Kare e matra jane. Vaishnavera nitya karma nahi padekane. Sabe Krishna bhajan kare. Sri Radha Gopinara ki. Anupam Krishna Prabhu, would you like to recite the verse?
Yes. In Bengali language?
In Bengali. Oh, in Bengali.
Vaishnavera ninda karma nahi padekane.
Nahi padekane.
Sabe Krishna bhajan kare e matra jane.
Sabe Krishna bhajan kare e matra jane. So this is how you should recite the verse. Mataji, please. Vaishnavera ninja karma nahi padekane. Sabe Krishna bhajan kare e matra jane. Vaishnavera of the Vaishnava. Ninja karma, reproachable activities. Nahi padekane, he does not hear. Sabe, all. Krishna bhajan kare, are engaged in Krishna's service. E matra, only this. Jane, he understands. Translation and purport by His Divine Loving Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Sri Prabhupada Ki. He would not listen to blasphemy of a Vaishnava, nor would he listen to talk of a Vaishnava's misbehavior. He knew only that everyone was engaged in Krishna's service. He did not understand anything else. Very beautiful. So he did not discuss or talk of a Vaishnav's misbehavior. Purport. Raghunath Bhatta never did anything harmful to a Vaishnava. In other words, he was never inattentive in the service of the Lord, nor did he ever violate the rules and regulations of a pure Vaishnava. It's the duty of a Vaishnavacharya to prevent his disciples and followers from violating the principles of Vaishnava behavior. He should always advise them to strictly follow the regulative principles, which will protect them from falling down. Although a Vaishnava preacher may sometimes criticize others, Raghunath Bhatta avoided this. Even if another Vaishnava was actually at fault, Raghunath Bhatta would not criticize him. He saw only that everyone was engaged in Krishna's service. That is the position of a Mahabhagavat. Actually, even if one is serving Maya in a higher sense, he is also a servant of Krishna. Because Maya is the servant of Krishna, anyone serving Maya serves Krishna indirectly. Therefore it is said, Keya mane keya na mane sabatan radas, yena mane tarahoy se papenas. Some accept him, whereas others do not. Yet everyone is his servant. One who does not accept him, however, will be ruined by his sinful activities. Text 134. When Raghunath Bhatta Goswami was absorbed in remembrance of Lord Krishna, he would take the tulsi garland and the prasadam of Lord Jagannath given to him by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, bind them together and wear them on his neck. Thus, I have described the powerful mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, by which Raghunath Bhatta Goswami remained constantly overwhelmed with ecstatic love for Krishna. In this chapter, I've spoken about 3 topics. Jagannatha Pandit's visit to Vrindavan, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's listening of the song of the Devadasi in the temple of Jagannath, and how Raghunath Bhatta Goswami achieved ecstatic love of Krishna by the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Gaura Hari, bestows ecstatic love for Krishna upon anyone who hears all these topics with faith and love. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunath, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishnadas, narrate Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, following in their footsteps. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta purports to Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Anchalila 13th chapter, describing Jagannananda Pandit's visit to Vrindavan, the Lord's hearing the song of the Devadasis, and Raghunath Bhatta Goswami's achieving love of Krishna. Jai Sri Prabhupada. So did we find some pearls? A few things which are not the main topic today, but which are side points which I liked very much, is the fact that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would always give presents to other devotees. You always hear that he gave a Govardhan Shila, he gave Tulsi, he gave a garland, he gave prasadam. He would always be conscious of persons who would visit him, that they would go away with a present. It's an aspect which I really didn't develop in my personality, to have this consciousness always giving gifts to the devotees. But it's part of the Vaishnava Achara. It's dadati pratigrinati. When Rupa Goswami starts to discuss the interaction between the Vaishnavas in the Upadeshamrita, the first thing he's mentioning is dadati, giving a gift, pratigrinati, accepting gifts. In what mood is this going on, this exchanges between the giver and the receiver? Priti Lakshanam. It's in the mood of love. So we have Vedasar Prabhu here, and what we can have as a takeaway from him, like we have the takeaway from Satyananda Maharaj's visit, was to be grateful whatever happens in our life. So what can we learn from Vedasar Prabhu is that he is always talking about the loving hearts. I like you to meet the loving hearts of this and this person. She is so this, he is so that. So please meet his loving or her loving heart. It's always the way he's speaking. It's a very nice meditation. So when we give gifts, or we accept gifts, we do it in the mode of priti, lakshanam, in the mode of love, both giving and receiving. So it's a very nice meditation, and we can see Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, when he was in ecstasy, he would take that gift from Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and, embrace it and put it at his eyes, and he was so thankful that he received that gift of love. Another aspect which I notice a lot when we read Chaitanya Charitamrita is that the Lord is very fond of embracing devotees. He's so many times you see that he embraced the devotee and the devotee felt like so relieved and surcharged with loving ecstasies just by the embrace of the Lord. And we find that in the 9th canto also of Srimad Bhagavatam, in the history of Ambarish Maharaj, who was first of all Savai Mana Krishna Padara Vindayo. He was fixing his mind on the lotus feet of the Lord. And then we hear Vaicham Sivaikunta Gunanuvarnane. He was speaking about the Lord. He was using his ears to hear about the Lord, using his tongue to taste prasadam and the tulsi leaf. But tat britya gatra spasya anga sangamam. He used his sense of touch to touch the devotees. So Ambarish Maharaj would have this habit that when he would meet a devotee, maybe he would also say, Jai Prabhu. But it's always very nice to, when you feel happiness, that you do that first, and then, you embrace each other. I got an embrace from Jita Prana before the lecture. It's so nice to get embraced. So it's the habit of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the Vaishnavas to use the sense of touch to respectfully and lovingly touch other devotees by a very warm, loving embrace. Which is for me also like a pearl. If you read Chaitanya Charitamrita, it's such a nice mood of personal association with the Vaishnavas. But then, the instructions. Usually when people think about instructions, they don't correlate that or link that so much with nectar, right? Who are you to give me instructions? Huh? But there were 3 instructions that the Lord gave after they met the first time for 8 months. Do you remember what were the 3 instructions that Raghunath Bhatta, are so enthusiastic, Utsaham Nistayam. What were the 3 instructions that Raghunath Bhatta got from Lord Chaitanya when he went back to Varanasi?
Go to Vrindavan.
That is the second time that he met Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
Stay with your parents.
First, go back to Varanasi and serve your parents, which he did for 4 years. Can you imagine? Just staying 4 years with the parents. And you know that the nectar is in Jagannath Puri, but still, you got the instruction, you go back to the place of where all the Mayavadis are staying. Kasi, Varanasi, Benares. All the dry philosophers are there, so you serve your parents there. 4 years. So that's the first instruction. Second one? Read Srimad Bhagavatam together with a pure Vaishnava. It's never mentioned who this pure Vaishnava was, by the way. Because there's a lot of mystery around Raghunath Bhatta Goswami. There's not so much known about him. He's the most mysterious of the 6 Goswamis. So, serve your parents and study Srimad Bhagavatam under the care or together with a pure Vaishnava. Which is a very nice instruction, because Bhagavatam says Dharma sanustita pumsam vishvak shena katasuya Na utpadiyat yadiratim srama evi kevalam. One of the very famous verses of Bhagavatam is you stay in your occupational duty, dharma, sva anushtita pumsam. A human being has to stay in his occupational duty, like depending on your varna and on your ashram, you have specific duties. So what was the duty of Raghunath Bhatta Goswami? Serve your parents. But if that was it, and you do not develop taste for hearing about Krishna, then that activity is Srama Evi Kevalam. It's waste of time. Very strong statement. So the Lord didn't only say, go back to your parents and serve them. No, you also study Srimad Bhagavatam together with a pure Vaishnava, because that's the essence. And he did that for 4 years, studying every day Srimad Bhagavatam. Perhaps during those 4 years he learned all these beautiful 3 or 4 tunes by which every verse can be sung. So, and the third instruction?
I want to understand, you're talking about the term, 3 or 4 terms.
3 or 4 tunes that you can recite the Bhagavatam sloka. Like for example, you can say, Dharma svanustita pumsam. Dharma svanustita pumsam. Or there is different melodies. I think Anupam Krishnapur could sit here and at least have 2 or 3 melodies.
That's what I want to know exactly, because if you go to the Bengali, there is many terms they use.
But it said each and every sloka of the Bhagavatam he could sing in 3 or 4 tunes. So, but let's discuss that afterward. Then the third instruction, can't you remember it? Very heavy. That's not heavy. Do not marry. As Sri Prabhupada writes in the purport there, it's a little side point, sorry, it's not really one pointed, but there's a lot of pearls inside here. So, and he said, those who are in the Grihastha ashram, their advancement is very, very slow. And then he adds, maybe even nil. Prabhupada said. It's maybe even close to nil. Nihil, he writes. Nihil. So that makes us very humble. It's a Grihastha community, it is down. Fortunately, we are not Grihasthas, we are aspiring Vaishnavas. Otherwise, we could not make any advancement.
There are many instructions on that topic. There are many instructions on that one from Prabhupada. So
yes. We did 2 weeks ago, we touched upon one verse which Prabhupada quotes a lot about the Grihastha ashram. So, these were the 3 instructions when he met Lord Chaitanya for the first 8 months. Then there were 4 other instructions which he received after he did his material duties of serving his parents. He was free, he was detached. Then there were other instructions. What was the first instruction? Go to Vrindavan. Submit to Rupa and Sanatana Goswami. Isn't that Sanatana Goswami and Rupa Goswami? Jiva Goswami was much younger. Sanatana Goswami is 17 years older.
But he was also in Hinda.
Maybe as a small boy, but he is 8 years younger than Raghunath Bhatta Goswami. So he didn't take shelter of Jiva Goswami because that would not be according to the Vaishnava etiquette. He took shelter of Sanatana Goswami and Rupa Goswami, who were his seniors in all aspects. So very beautifully stated here. Amara Agyaya Raghunatha Yaha Vrindavan Tahanyana Raha Rupa Sanatana Stan. So my dear Raghunath, on my order, go to Vrindavan and live there. And take shelter of Rupa and Sanatana Goswamis. In Vrindavan should chant the Hare Krsna mantra 24 hours a day. Our dear Surabi was saying 2 days ago that this verse of the Nectar of Instruction Tannama Rupa Charitadi Sukirtananu. And then Smrityo Kramena Rasana Manisi Nyoja. Tishtan Brajeta Tanuraga Jananugami. Kalam Nayatta Kila Ichupadeshasaram. Very interesting, the same Rupa Goswami is giving there is the essence of all advice is Kalam Nayat Akila Ichupadeshasaram. Upadeshasaram means the essence of all instructions. And the 6 Goswamis, they have studied all the Vedas to come to this essence. Is Tan Nama Rupa Charitadi Sukirtananu. Tan Nama Rupa Charita Adi Sukirtananu. To nicely chant. Kirtan is glorification of the Lord or singing the holy names of the Lord. Sukirtananu means nicely. To nicely chant and hear about Krishna's name, Tannama, Rupa, Charita, Adi, and all the other forms of devotional service. And then, Smrityo Kramena. Smrityo means you start to remember or meditate within your mind. Kramena. Krama means, niet grama, maar krama. Steps. So step by step, one should engage the mind and the rasana and the tongue in glorifying the Supreme Personality of God. Go deeper, like the pearl divers, they go deeper, deeper, and deeper. And if you can do that, then Tishtan Braje, then you can stay in Vrindavan. That's the sequence. First you chant more and more and more, you go deeper and deeper, you engage your mind and your tongue. Then you can go to Vrindavan. Tishtan Braje Tat Anuraga Jananugami. And then you take shelter in Vrindavan again of more advanced devotees than you. That's the essence of all advice. And the very interesting thing is that Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, he followed all these 4 plus 1 extra. So he went to Vrindavan, he chanted the holy names, he read Srimad Bhagavatam, he associated with the Vaishnavas. So we have already 4 very potent forms of devotional service. And then the 5th one, that is a quality. He worshipped Radha Govinda. So when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was in Varanasi, where Raghunath Bhatta also was, Raghunath Bhatta was 9 years old when Sanatana Goswami came as a beggar, covered with dirt, just escaped from the prison by bribing the gatekeeper of the prison house. So he came like a very poor-looking, uncared of Muslim kind of a person. So he got shaved up, he received clean clothes, he took bath in the Ganges, and then for 2 months, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu instructed Sanatana Goswami, and also Raghunath Bhatta was there as a 9-year-old boy. He was 9 years old, Sanatana Goswami was 26 years old. And they met there. And Lord Chaitanya was 2 months, was explaining to Sanatana Goswami. And the main thing that he was, the highlight of the aspect of Abhideya Gyan, the process of devotional service, was explaining about the 64 limbs of devotional service, coming to the conclusion that Sadhu Sangha, Nama Kirtan, Bhagavat Sravan, Mathura Vase, Sri Murtira, Sradaya Sevan. These 5 are Sakala, Shadana, Shrestha. Shrestha means the best. These 5 are the best. Why? Krishna Bhakti Janmae Panchira Alpa Sangha. Because Krishna Bhakti Janma. Because Bhakti will take birth in your heart when you slightly associate with one of these 5. And if we study the later life of Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, he was intensely chanting Hare Krishna. He was the Kirtan Acharya. Such a beautiful and powerful singer he was. He was seen as the authority on reciting Srimad Bhagavatam. He was closely associating with Rupa and Sanatana Goswami. He was living in Vrindavan, and he was so fond of worshipping Sri Govinda Dev. By the way, Sri Govinda Dev was discovered by Rupa Goswami. When Rupa Goswami got the instruction from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to go to Vrindavan to excavate all the holy places and to rediscover the deities which were left 5,000 years ago at that time, 4,500 years ago, by Bajranab, the grandson of Krishna. The grandson of Krishna, he made deities, and they got hidden. So Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked Rupa Goswami to go and find those deities. So Rupa Goswami, he tried for many, many months to find Govinda Dev, and he couldn't. And he was desperate that he could not follow the instructions of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So what did he do? Oh Nitai, oh Nitai, oh Nitai. Oh Nimai, oh Nimai. He was shouting, I cannot find the deities. And who appeared? A beautiful coward boy, who was Krishna, who told him, please come to this hill. On top of the hill, there is every day a cow that empties his milk in that hole. So Rupa went there, and as soon as he arrived there at that spot, the little boy disappeared. It was Krishna. And he found, together with the villagers, he found this beautiful deity of Sri Govinda Dev. But of course, Rupa Goswami was writing and doing so many other things. So Raghunath Bhatta Goswami is said to be the only Goswami out of the 6 Goswamis who didn't write. He was really attached to worshipping Govinda Dev. So he practiced these 5, and because he practiced those 5 aspects of devotional service, together with the mercy he received from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he developed all the ecstatic symptoms. And I was thinking about 12th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. Who knows what is the title of the 12th chapter of Bhagavad Gita? Devotional service. Thank you, Anura. So that's really in line with this chapter. Why is it in line with this chapter? Because Krishna is explaining to Arjuna, Mayeva mana adatsva mayi buddhim nivesaya, nivesishyashi mayeva atta urtvam samsaya. Very beautiful verse. He says, just fix your mind upon me, use all your intelligence in me, and thus you will live with me, free from doubt. So how many of you can follow this instruction of Krishna? Mayeva mana adatva. All day long, fix your mind and intelligence on Krishna. And if you do that, Krishna says, you will live with me. Atta urtvam. Urtvam means going up. You rise. When are we able to do that? Think 24 hours a day.
When you live with Krishna.
When you
go and live with Krishna.
When you go and live with Krishna. But do we have experience in this world that's maybe a close experience? When are we able to think almost 24 hours a day about somebody? Now you feel a little shy, huh?
A little bit.
Separation?
Yes, when you are?
When you fall in love.
When you fall in love, then you can do it.
If you remember that, how it was.
When you fall in love with the Lord, you will be able to think about the Lord 24 hours a day. But Krishna is not very impractical. Because in the next verse he says, Ata chittam samadatum na sakshnosi mayishtiram. Very beautiful verse. He says, Ata chittam, your consciousness, samadatum, comes from samadhi. Your chitta in samadhi, na. If you cannot be in samadhi, na sakshnosi mayishtirim, shtiram means steady mind. If you cannot be in samadhi with a steady mind on me, then what should you do? Abhyase, yoge, no tato. Abhyasa yogi no tato. Then you practice the regulative principles of devotional service. Then what will happen? Mam itcha aptum dhananjaya. This is really, really nice. Why are we doing all these regulative principles of devotional service? Krishna says, Mam itcha aptum dhananjaya. Mam means me, Krishna says, me. Itcha, what does it mean, itcha? Desire. Aptum, to get. Then you will develop desire to get me. Isn't that nice? So why are we practicing the 5 processes of devotional service? To cultivate the desire to be with Krishna. That's the only reason. And that's also very interesting to know, because over the years we can ask ourselves this question. Is my desire increasing to be with Krishna? Yes, then you're moving up the ladder from practicing the regulated devotional service principles to Mayeva Mana Adatsva, to 24 hours a day think of Krishna. And Krishna uses the name Dhananjaya. Mam Itcha Aptum Dhananjaya. And Dhananjaya means one who is conquering wealth. So what he very subtly says, if you want to have real wealth, find the real wealth, Krishna says. Then you should practice those principles of devotional service. So, that's what we try to do, right? Krishna, Prabhupada, he gave us this program in every ISKCON temple where we practice residing in a holy place, Radhadesh Dham, associating with the Vaishnavas, we do, hearing Srimad Bhagavatam, worshipping the deity, Sisi Radha Gopinath Ki Jai, and chanting the holy names of the Lord, which is our key process, to chant the holy names of the Lord. And it's interesting, there is one very beautiful verse from Srimad Bhagavatam, where it said that when we take a vow, evam vrataha svapriya nama kircha, when we take a vow to chant the holy names of the Lord sincerely, then what will happen? Yatanurago druta chitta uchayi. I love this line very much. It said, Yata anuraga. If you become attached to the holy name, then something wonderful will happen. What will happen? Druta chitta uchayi. Druta chitta means consciousness or heart. And druta means melt. So if you sincerely chant the holy names of the Lord, your heart will melt. Now what will happen when you want to make ghee? You put a big chunk of butter in the wok, you put the fire under it, and then the butter will melt, right? And what happens when the butter melts and starts boiling? All the dirt comes up and we have to scoop it out, scoop it out, scoop it out, scoop it out. And at one point there is no more dirt and you have a very golden-like melted ghee. And what do we do with that beautiful golden ghee? We can throw so many spices in it and so many vegetables in it, and we can cook wonderful things in this pure ghee and offer it to the Lord. So this analogy is very nice, that when we have the fire of the holy name, then it melts our hearts, but don't expect immediately that you have ecstatic symptoms, because all we have to scoop and scoop all the dirt, which is driving on the surface of this melted heart. But it becomes purer and purer and purer. So we should not become discouraged when it comes up. Sometimes we feel as devotees that we are more dirty than when we were non-devotees, right? So sometimes it's a little discouraging. So similarly, a druta chitta, a melted heart, when it's getting purer, and all the good qualities which are there in the soul manifest in the personality of a devotee. And that we see at Raghunath Bhatta Goswami. And that we see in the 12th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, when Krishna explains the process of devotion service. When he has done that, he starts with the good qualities. Adveshta sarvabhutanam, maitri karuna evacha. The first thing that is mentioned by Krishna as a good quality is adveshta. He's not anymore envious of any living entity. And further on, maitri, he becomes the friend of all living entities. And even more, karuna, he becomes very merciful. So adveshta, sarvabhutanam, non-envious of any living entity, he becomes the friend, and then he becomes even merciful to all the living entities. And ultimately we also hear nirmama, nirahankara, nothing is mine, I don't possess anything, nirahankara, no more false ego. So all these beautiful qualities emanate, and there are maybe two very important qualities of Raghunath Bhatta Goswami. One of them is that he never spoke nonsense, and the second one is he never ever criticized the Vaishnavas. So if we study the Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita and we try to find those pearls, there's so many beautiful pearls in the Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, because there are so many beautiful personalities in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, like Raghunath Bhatta Goswami. And if we meditate on those qualities in a grateful heart, then we will develop those qualities. That's the unique thing. When Satyananda Maharaj was here and he spoke all the time about gratefulness, I started to practice that in the last 3 weeks. We even started at home to write every evening before going to bed on a little paper. What are we grateful for? And we fold it, we put it in a little pot, and on Sunday we're going to read it out to each other. Kiran is doing that, and Lila, and Govinda Mohini, and myself, just to practice gratefulness. And if you do that, you become so grateful. It's amazing. Practicing gratefulness leads to gratefulness. So practicing the meditation on the beautiful qualities of the Vaishnavas, finding the pearls, will make a miracle in our own hearts. If we meet devotees around us and we observe them and we just focus on the good qualities, and the less pure qualities we just respectfully ignore, like Raghunath Bhatta Goswami did, we will develop so many wonderful qualities in our hearts. So our part, as a conclusion, is to make a conscious effort to practice these 5 processes of devotion service in the association with wonderful devotees. That's 50% of the business is done. And then we pray to the Lord and the devotees to make up for the 50% that He is responsible for, the mercy part, the 2 fingers. So if we can create that atmosphere amongst ourselves, that we really appreciate each other's beautiful qualities, and we just ignore the bad qualities because we know this devotee is on his way to purity, he just has to scoop the dirt from the ghee, then I think we will have a more and more loving and wonderful atmosphere within our beautiful Radhadesh community. Srila Prabhupada ki, Vaishnava Sangha ki. Any comments or questions?
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, thank you for your nice class. I have a question, which is devotees who are in the service of preaching and teaching, they also have to correct, they sometimes have to chastise. Those who are in management position, they have to take sometimes rigorous actions against some things which are not happening properly in the temple, sometimes might lead to disasters, and you have to take rigorous action. The verse you're talking about, Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, he's, like you said, he is acting on the level of the Uttamadhikari. Now if you preach, you have to descend to the second level of Madhyama, and you have to see good and bad, otherwise you can't make any distinction. Of course, you try to be careful and always have the best of the person you're trying to correct in your mind, but sometimes it gets emotional, or especially when the person starts to defend himself, not understanding why you are trying to correct him. How do you deal with such kind of situations?
Thank you, beautiful question. First of all, it's not always relevant to think about Uttama Adhikaris who are seeing the beautiful nature of every living entity, and then for the sake of preaching we have to come down to the Madhyam Adhikari platform. Maybe for some of you that's relevant, but for most of us we are aspiring devotees to come up to the level of what looks a little bit like Brahmana, but to be a real Vaishnava. Like for example, the neophyte Vaishnava's quality is that he has full faith in the deity. How many of you have full faith in the deity? It's a question. Well, a few. Wonderful. But it's not always easy when we enter the temple room to have complete faith in the full potency of the deity. So a neophyte devotee who is, the qualification of a Kanishta Adhikari is that he has full faith in the deity. The qualification of a Madhyam Adhikari is that he makes 4 distinctions. He sees the Lord, he sees the devotees, he sees the innocent, and he sees the envious. He loves the Lord, he makes friendship with the devotees, he shows compassion to the innocent, and he avoids the envious. And he deals accordingly. And one who is on the Uttama Adhikari, he sees, it's this verse, Stavara Janga Madeke Nadeke Taramurti, Savatra Hoy Nitya Ishta Deva Spurti. When he sees the heart of a conditioned soul, or he sees the form of the conditioned soul, a human being, animal, plant, he doesn't see that. He only sees his Nitya Ishta Deva Spurti. He only sees his wonderful, loving Lord. So that's a very high platform. But yes, if we are in a preaching responsibility or in a managerial position, it's a very dangerous position, because we, for the sake of the service, we have to make sure that the environment is nourishing, that all the devotees have a nourishing contribution to the community and not a poisoning contribution to the community. So sometimes rectification is needed. Just like you have to teach your son. And a very good example is Gaur Mohande, who was sometimes trying to correct Abai, our dear Master Prabhupada. And when he would do that sporadically or occasionally, he would always say, I'm so sorry that I have to do this. I'm taking the role as your father, and in that role as a father, I have to tell you this. Or, as Vedasar Prabhu phrased it when I asked him for advice, he said, you go to the devotee and you say, I need your help to do my service. So it all depends on your own consciousness when you're in that situation. First of all, we have to think, are we in the right position to correct this devotee? Yes or no? If it's yes, the next question we ask, am I the right person to correct this devotee? How is my relationship with that devotee? Is it already under pressure? And if I'm going to correct him, it explodes, and then there is no more yoga between the two. There is disconnection. If I'm not the right person, but maybe in the right position, I can ask some other person who is senior, who is in a better relationship, to talk with that devotee. So we have to be very considerate when we take the role of the corrector. If you're a temple president, you have to correct sometimes. But if you do that with ego, then it will be a very nasty interaction. If you do that as a servant, really doing that as a service to the community and as a service to that devotee, and you do it in a humble way, in a non-violent way of communication, then if that still results in something very nasty, then we can only forgive and pay our obeisance to that person and say, forgive my offenses. I didn't want to harm you. And then another devotee needs to step in. So it's a very careful thing, and it's a very dangerous situation in such a position, because it's very easily done that out of little ego you make an offense to a devotee. So We should pray every day to each other, that we do. Vancha kalpa, tarupyascha, kripa sindhubhya eva cha, patitanam, pavanebhyo, vaishnaveyo. You are an ocean of mercy, you are an ocean of good qualities, please be merciful to me. Is that okay? Maybe one more comment or question before we close?
I was wondering if the other 6 Goswamis didn't worship the deities.
Oh yes, but that's a big one. We know, of course, Gopal Bhatta Goswami, for example, who had the Saligram Sila. And he was worshipping the Saligram Sila. And one day, one rich businessman gave him gifts of clothes and crown and this and that. And then he was feeling very sad that all the Goswamis have deities, but I only have a Saligram Sila. How can I dress my Saligram Sila with this cloth which I received as a gift for? So then he was very desperate, and then he was praying, and then the next morning he found out that his Sila turned into a deity, which is Radharaman. Ramanji. Beautiful self-manifested deity. So everybody's getting wild in Vrindavan when there is darshan of Radharaman, because he was self-manifesting from the Saligram Sila. So yes, all the Sanatana Goswami was worshipping Madan Mohan. But Raghunath Bhatta Goswami was the one for 40 years. He was very attached to doing deity worship.
I was thinking he got the instruction to chant 24 hours. So it's very difficult to write and chant. It's more easy to do deity worship. That's just my speculation.
Yeah. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu always gives instructions, slightly different instructions to different devotees. So that's another topic, but it's true that Raghunath Bhatta had his liking of worshipping the Govinda deity of Rupa Goswami.
Was the Govinda temple, was it not created by Rupa Goswami?
No, the temple of Govindaji was constructed by a disciple of Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, whose name was Rajman Singh, who was a very wealthy businessman who surrendered to Raghunath Bhatta Goswami, and Raghunath Bhatta Goswami asked him, you sponsor the temple, and it became the most beautiful temple of all the temples in Vrindavan, very high, and Aurangzeb became very envious because he could see the lamp on top of the Govindaji temple in the distance, and he was thinking, wow, those temples are much bigger than our palaces and our buildings. So he sent the soldiers and they demolished the temple. They, like, how many levels? 7 levels? Yeah.
By the way, Man Singh was the Rajput king actually.
Yes.
And he surrendered to Akbar in order to preserve whatever things were left. Otherwise, he would destroy everything.
Yeah. So now we have the remnants of the Govindaji temple is still there, but because it was desecrated, it was contaminated, they built, behind the temple, they built the new Govindaji temple. I think we need to end. Thank you very much for your attention. Srila Prabhupada ki, Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki, Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita ki, Go Premanandi.
Yes, now you know what to do, huh?
away, Father, very late. 2.5 years ago. He was very faithful. Yes, he visited my family. He's like a town. He hosted us. Please bless me. Yes. His servant to become a servant. You're even more told.
It's probably will be that, he's still holding it. disciples both when I was in my on stage to the opening festival, and Sadhguru announced that he is allowed to preach in Islam worldwide. But when it comes to Belarus, it's not. Am I going to defend this in a voice? No. And if I would say something more, he's not in line with that. They always kind of think so. These are all that I'm not going to do that. Somebody else created a problem, and I have to. It's like, these are problems. Stick to Shastra. Stay on the side. But then, these disciple training course won't allow you. Because Prabhupada didn't have to communicate with you. Wait a minute. After that. We are supposed to solve it as a second generation. What my movement actually said, maybe it's interesting to know is that there was a English very senior seniors in the response who did participate in talking about the about this, you see them all going back, starting to go out. But Narayana Maharaj was a teacher of this surrender to him, he was supposed to modify the English side. Even in this one was promoted to take initiation from Narayana Maharaj, the president of Headmiddle of India is still Narayana Maharaj. When they all left, they never explained why they are leaving it all, because others are very not qualified. So he was thinking, instead of doing his house, and I'll be in my unit, and I'll be criticizing me, I have to take a position. And he decided that I will destroy this company. This is what he said. I'm just going to do that. In 1998, now we had a personal meeting with him, and why are you trying to create obstacles along this school? So then he explained to him, I have taken a position, I took that position. We had this conversation. One-to-one, nobody was there, I'll tell you my experience. Now, how are you going to teach who's wrong, who's right, what to do? They created a problem, why should you solve it? Solve it yourself. You create a problem, you solve it. You make your team. I'm sitting with this kind of dilemmas. Very clear structures all over the world, but then course material is developed in a certain way. It's another way of extreme. When Gaudiya people, I deal with them as humans, devotees. We are not seen as our standards, fine, but you can deal with them in a friendly way because there's others. There are rules, okay, you can't cook in the kitchen. And also the first initiation of Gaudiya means as well. First initiation, second initiation is that in the Grihasthas they don't follow all the rules that we follow. Brahmacharis are more strict than we are than other religions. So in one sense, the Brahmacharis respect very much, but the Grihasthas they don't follow the regular principles. The first initiation is like no valid. So that means no, it's not initiated. You don't allow people to go to the kitchen. But these are practical things. I even said it in my course. Why go here? People were sitting there. Some got upset. I had to explain to them, this is just saying the truth. I didn't say you stop the water or stop the water. No. You do, you don't say all the time, it's the same, it's the same, it's the same. It's not the same. There's one message I have in the website. And also another thing, that was a really different problem. I have to explain it. Going over to go around another. Where Prabhupada is predicted. Because they claim all these predictions by it's not this and this. I do feel that here you can't even put opinion. These arguments are so solid. So we have to surrender. They come out with something. We can criticize it. I also said that to have a guru like Prabhupada, a guru extension I would teach them. You don't want to be doing more in this kind of attention. You see what we can do? Because it's risky. So you're not so offended by it. No, I respect for the body rules. Respect the rules. Probably the greatest. You go like that, it's difficult. Basically, it's difficult.
Especially in Holland, mixture, good demand, it's quite mixed. You really have to adapt to the rules.
It has to be because it's standardized. So you have to teach this way. And some things doesn't fit my character.
Do they really check? Obviously, you have to maybe speak on something, but it doesn't have to be in a negative sense. It can just be presenting like the history. This is what happened. This is why there was kind of separation.
Well, I
It's
know
not
you
put-
understand.
But without having, it's not putting down. It just says this is how we do it. This is how they do it.
Yeah, but
If
if
you
you
get
get it,
initiated in this one, then this is how we do it. Basically, it's not like putting them down. It's clear there's a difference, like you said.
yeah, but just get the fast check what if they feel offended? Or you really feel offense? They feel offended. Whatever, for whatever reason. They're not really attached to it, or you're not any friends there.
Why do they come into the side course? It's not our job. If
Maybe
you come to ask guidance from someone, you expect you can only show what he has. He's not going to speak on what the others do, unless you can criticize him. That's not the point. You know,
when I was doing TDC2, there was one boy, he was from very much. He came to get his own certificate. What they're going to do with it, I don't know.
yes,
But this one is getting this certificate as well.
but then you expect that you teach
And at the same time, you have to defend this one against government practices. Like, they make a walk Gita course, and people will come. And then, last night, there will be a surprise. There will be a sadhu come. And all these men will come. And they now, there's a disciple, one Maharaj. Two Guru Nanak and Mala. They don't know that's teaching. But in the government, it's not the same teaching. So they think, oh, I got me, I got Mala, so I'm first initiated. Okay, so that's why it's not this disciple of one Maharaj who's initiated. I'm sorry, it doesn't work.
But that you should be clear. It's not critical. It's just this is the standard.
Then you come back, angry. I've seen that.
It's like if you tell someone, oh, why are you telling me to chant Radhadesh? It's not, you can get angry about it. That's just what you need to do. And it's up to you. If they come to get a course and they hear about the principles we follow and how many other places they follow, it's just the reality. It's not criticizing. It's just, there's a standard and here's our standard. So if people get angry because we're telling what our standard is,
How are you going to defend
you're
this?
more than welcome to follow our standard. It's like we're not telling you to not follow it. Please follow it. If you don't want it,
There are many people who are now being upset saying, when they hear the course, that is it ISKCON preaching that you can only attain Krishna through ISKCON? Is it that? And then this happens really works. I said, listen, I'm only here through the radio in Hindi, and I don't know who's teaching what, but when I look at the material, and another thing is they're quoting Radhadesh, which is Tamasic. Tamasic who dealing with tantric things. Now, in that whole book, which is like maybe 18,000 verses of that Radhadesh, when you want to do a sattvic, which the local Goswami has selected. This is, these books are all available. And I'm the only Hindu boy who knows Hindi and Sanskrit, and many there. And they will go to Karachi and write a tantric book, and they're going to complicate it. I'm not going to quote that Udayana, even if it's from the Acharyas. Many times we have to explain what is the etiquette of studying scripture. You can't defeat junior scripture or normal scripture. You cannot go there in order to defeat Bhagavad. It is not anymore ABC. You see, this is not for newcomers. They just said, when I got a course in Harvard, and then the Maharaj leader, he said, I thought in the course will be how to chant, how to be clean, how to offer you. I have a feeling also that I'm going to teach that, but no, why did you try? What is Hare Krishna? It's like those who wrote it made a point that if you put in ISKCON law in that course, you know how ISKCON law started? It is only, there was no ISKCON law. They only started because they had to fight on violence in Bangalore. Then ISKCON law came. But it is not an absolute thing. But in that course, you have to memorize this on long statements. I have such a feeling, this is not, I'm not feeling comfortable with this.
things. What might you say? I don't know.
Well, the
But
policy
for me, yeah, but for me, it's kind of fear. The idea is that it's kind of overprotective.
Yeah.
So it's not an idea of trying to give something to people.
I
It's
think it's
trying to
war.
protect them from everything else. But what about that?
Yeah. My point is you have to be so qualified and so juicy to be a class that they don't want to go there anymore.
It's more like when you give a class, it's quite you have to speak about Maya, but if you forgot to speak about Krishna,
Yeah.
probably not
Yeah.
many people will be inspired
we'll facilitate, because we have some facility, good facility in Uganda, and that's the actual initiation. And I'm pretty much afraid we go through that, so I'm sorry. When I did programs before, we got the initiation. Some did already. I'm so upset. Some not really going down.
Have you given feedback? This is because it might not be only in the Netherlands, in other countries, so the voters give feedback. This is what is happening because of the course of people, so maybe it needs to be rethought around the course. Yes, one thing to be clear, that they don't want to actually make it difficult for people to take initiation. No, it's inspiring.
That was the first question that led us when they want to stop initiation. I don't know all these things. I've been 30 years being with this one and 7 years I'm initiated. I don't know these kind of things. Anyway, all I want to elaborate.
But I think even if there is a disciple course, we still give initiation in many ways quite easy, so it doesn't stop.
No, but when I'm teaching, and especially GBC course, then you're responsible. They will take it or whatever, because it's a BC course. Now, like I'm saying, my Guru Maharaj, he actually was not against heretics. And he used to do this years to strengthen the relation with Prabhupada. And when I was his secretary, he gave me some personal instructions and his view, but that might contradict that course. I feel like, no, I have to side with Guru's instructions. And the DBC is an annual structure. So in my philosophy, or in my feeling, Guru's instruction is higher than many general GBC principles. Though there are some members in the GBC I respect very much, Manu Swami, Jayanashmi is not there, Bhakti Reports is also not there, but they are very senior gurus, and especially Manu Swami I like very much. So I cannot say like all GBCs are wrong or criticize GBC, no, because then I will be criticizing Manu Swami. I can't do that, and my guru was also sometimes GBC. So in that sense, it's difficult. Being almost like 40 years in ISKCON, it's difficult to balance what they do, but it's going back very more institutionalizing integrity instead of the juicy spiritual side. This is the difficulty I feel.
Well, I guess then in this vision best to protect yourself.
Yes, that's why
If you can do something, good. If you can't,
I do it in my own way. Like if you are a Prabhupada, you get this nectar. 16 rounds you go back to Bhagat for principles, and Mahaprabhu demanded 64, and like that. And then the yogis, what they do, they try to make a competition, or the Guru says, only 4. This is simply enemy towards Prabhupada and trying to make things too cheap.
And the point is, even if you search it around and say maybe they're right and I'm wrong, but if you don't have like that kind of talk about feeling, emotion, and understanding, you don't feel it, then you can't anyways teach something you don't feel because it's not sincere.
It's not
The
what
point is, even if they were right and the whole thing is good, but you don't have a feeling, then it's not right to put something to others which actually don't believe it. The point is, you should teach something you don't believe yourself.
I can defend, see when this law came up, then I know Vidwan and Vedanta, they were the ones appointed by the GBC because they are many words, scholars, they were appointed to go and fight on the Pandit. So Vidwan was telling me, then he came into court and then the law asked, we have this one law. So no, we don't have this one law, this is how it started. No? Then why are you now trying to write a law? Well, because one Pandit wanted to fight. Oh, just because of one person? It was like, you should know this, you're right. And I know about the history. I was in Manipur and all that things happened. understand they want to know who's wrong, who's right, and what will I gain from this by joining ISKCON and all this. This is not how I was trained. And the nectar we taste, the Chakaguram Guru was the Sankirtan leader, previously he was a Bhakta leader. While the Brahmacharis doing this Sankirtan without any worry and this, it's all gone. Internet has destroyed all that.
Yeah, I know they did one. I don't know if you were the one that mentioned it, but anyways, it was one time wash on India. Yeah, I don't know how many brahmacharis, 50 or something. And then in a very short period, pretty much all of them left. And they did a kind of survey, and pretty much it was very clear they all fell from brahmachari left because of spending too much time with them. It was like pretty much everyone, because they all had like a fancy smartphone.
When I say this, people think you're fanatic. No, not fanatic. I know the thing is dangerous, and they're more dangerous than I know. Not just naked women appearing as advertisements all the time, but there are some other Brahmins telling me what the internet is. General people only know 10% of it. The police talks about it is really, really dark stuff on the internet.
There's they call it dark side, the hidden side.
Yeah, 90% is really so
Majority is
dangerous.
actually not available like that.
Yeah.
It's like there's so much there.
So, yeah. It should be banned. It should not even be. And the thing is, they have done it in a way of allurement.
Maybe that's what should be taught in the disciple. Not to spend too much time on it. If you want to be serious about spirituality, only use it if it's directly related to the service or communicating for
I have another
devotees. That's it.
One Mataji should be sitting in an office, and she's the only one who goes on the internet. Why? Because women are not affected by women mind. Right? Everybody needs any files, they ask that, and nobody should have a mobile and a whole compass. It should be old-fashioned like a Radhadesh, you have this landline phone. When it calls somebody, you call. And as soon as you use internet, you ask Maya lady, to deal with Maya. This would be the best safest thing. I'm going to do it in any project they will give me. So, okay, there will be only one internet connection. That place, anybody who needs files, whatever on the internet or even the administration, well, the Mataji, she will put, again, you can't be Mataji, but somebody who's strong. Because a woman, seeing a naked woman, they don't make this step. And it is a woman, of course. Grihastha's mind, that others super, like that. But Brahmachari should not go there. No, don't go there.
The problem is the whole system, even preaching on is kind of through the internet. So you have to change everything.
Because of Corona, it's enforced like that. But I still believe sitting there reading a book and memorizing shlokas is what Brahmachari should do. Because you can't have Guhimat like Prichiti and the whole world is listening to you. You know what I'm saying? I was sitting giving class, I was so happy when they gave this class on quantum physics, when the whole thing they work. Then I came to Guhimat like Prichiti. I'm thinking to the devotees of Radhadesh who are going over it. But the whole world should hear. Sometimes I say, it's actually meant for this Shatra, not for everyone else. Then I can speak specific, with some critical points and some difficult points. Otherwise, everyone will think it's not really my activity. So I don't believe you can do something that way. Forget it. It's not something. Different police here, so you will occasionally use all that. You think they are police others? You'll find ways to.
It's when people use it as a replacement, actually meditation, it shouldn't replace anything.
No.
Activities. It's only because for some people
It's a communication tool, and
like
that's
people
all.
don't live in communities, they live in the city, they can't come to the temple. So they use that to somehow to get something, but obviously it doesn't replace the
No.
real thing.
They should be in the tapasya of going to the temple.
But that's the point,
And
to
to
do
visit
that, you have to completely change your life. People don't want to. It's ultimately that.
That's the
People
thing.
don't want to change your life, don't want to live in a different way, and not have it. Because if you have a job nowadays, most probably you're on the internet.
Yeah, I know.
It's like your job is office. How many people work in offices? Think of it on the internet. So the point is, it's only possible if people take two simple lives.
No, for Brahmachari, I'm saying, I'm not talking about grihasthas, because for them it's not a fall level to see the naked wife, Daily they see.
I mean,
It's not
only
unheard of.
not on the internet, it's changing nothing.
But you understand type in WhatsApp and you send me, it comes as an SMS message.
What's your WhatsApp?
Yeah. No. If you send your WhatsApp message on my phone number, as your whatever you send through your WhatsApp type.
But then you have to have an account, otherwise I can't find any.
No, it's not WhatsApp. It's WhatsApp to SMS. And that's my phone number you have.
But then I have to pay for it.
Is it?
Yeah,
I have money with it.
because otherwise no one would send a text, it would automatically.
I have the same way.
Yeah, but I don't.
You don't have.
That's why I couldn't answer your text. I want it, but I use it for free. Because I use just the Wi-Fi and it's for easy. I never really use calls and so it's everything just Wi-Fi.
Okay. Because I don't want exposure here. I think it's okay. But do then another